Wee! Whoa! All right. May as well get things going. I don't. I know the ad's gonna be coming up soon anyway, so we're just gonna try to get it started up while it's probably gonna start soon enough. Ugh. Gonna be finishing up third game today. I'm still thinking about if I'm gonna play Rise from the Ashes on stream, honestly. I'm thinking about it. Because it's gonna take a long time to finish it. So I'm probably think I'm just gonna do it on my own. Maybe. I don't know. I just know it's gonna take forever, because, like... Jeez. It's one of the longest in the freaking series for a reason. There are so many parts that really slow it down. Alright. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going on to Mystic Maya. Sorry, I don't know yet. Investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. Is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's a defendant in this case, so she can't be in the inner temple. required to be here in court. I mean, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Right. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to testify as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I've heard. What are you up to? I mean... I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? And who is? Who else would it be but Godot? No. Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. I don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly as we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. See, after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. That's kind of... That's kind of gay there, buddy. It's kind of gay. Oh. Partner. Thanks. Oh, buddy. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Deosnum, no, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And that woman is really after her. Solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Morgan. Your Honor? What are you? Who, me? Oh, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. You passed it on to the old man. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. But brothers, that explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile. Fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... Forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of the Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Does she? Does she? Confession, the defendant. Iris. She discussed this with me first. Oh, I don't know. Probably because Iris is not gonna be at the witness stand with someone who happens to look like her. Probably. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I'm a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright, what is it? It's alright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dayston? No, I'm not, Your Honor. I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. Her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. I carried it to Hazakura Temple Courtyard where I desecrated it. Yeah. I mean, someone had to put the blade in her back. Yes, that's correct. A few minutes and Gordon, I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Everyone on the planet is accomplice or something. It just happens to be, in this case, it's the murder. I mean... I know exactly who murdered her, Miss Misty Faye. And he's standing right in front of me. Because he had a bit of a grudge. Bit of a revenge streak. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this. It looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions? This was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely out the creek with a paddle or a life jacket. Been Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. The temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. Our mission is to protect the main family. Sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of Kurain channeling technique. Mystic Maya Faye. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee. Trite. She's naming Maya? I mean, it's not the first time Maya's been indicted. It's not the first time. You gotta do it all over again. Sorry, but it's true. I commit the crime with my very own eyes. I clean up the area to try to protect her. Maya's not capable of murder. Punching someone, maybe. But not killing. Defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. What happens? I mean, there was already implication that was, like, they were going to frickin' indict Maya. Like, there was foreshadowing. Went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. Mystic Maya was still stumbling. Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It's only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday. Iris never went to the inner temple that night. The person who did go was that woman, Dahlia. Iris even admitted it. Alright. She moved to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. Dagger, huh? At least Davidson tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. Ha! Looked like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. You have a problem with the testimony you're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Yes. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You? This witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. Oops. I did not want to do that, actually. I wanted to present. I wanted to present my thoughts. At least Davidson would never attack Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Eleus Davidson. Her real name was Misty Fey. Oh, Mystic Misty Fey? Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. True, Mr. Wright? Is this actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Zacharias has no idea. I believe it. The idea that she would ever try to kill her only daughter, the one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing? Ha! Turns out that I'm wrong about this. I'll quit any day job and open up a coffee house. Maybe you should. Maybe you should have done that in the first place. Maybe you would have been happier. You know, since you're so obsessed with drinking coffee, you may as well frickin' open your frickin' own coffee shop. Come on. I like to believe that domestic violence cases like these never occur, but fortunately, they're all too common. That's why people drink bitter coffee, you know. You brought to light a very interesting fact, Mr. Wright. I must agree with the prosecution that domestic violence is not all that rare. You don't mean... The fact that they were mother and daughter doesn't itself disprove the witness's claims. I think it would be best if we return to the testimony at hand. Somehow, looks like I'm gonna have to find another contradiction to her testimony. Something more conclusive than this. I mean, we do. Like, we've got the staff right here, and there's no dagger. There's a frickin' sword within the staff. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Davidson throwing your staff away makes no sense at all to me. All you can do with the staff is to hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but... The victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Davidson really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she had an already beautiful blade in her hands already. On first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Can you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. So I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I am a detective who loves to investigate the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Not the dagger the witness testified to seeing. Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? To mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Yeah. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? His dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. The last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? First I heard this confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Did you say it was your age just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger's evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Sweetheart? Your sweetheart, the dagger? Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Mystic Elise was on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. least managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. I mean, we've literally been told that Maya didn't even know what her mother looked like. Like, at all. But she was stabbed in the back. She can't have been stabbed from the front. She can't have been stabbed in the back if her back was on the freaking lantern. That doesn't add up. Sorry, but it doesn't. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim when she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to a blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, here's that another seed of doubt is spouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ah, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? Point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration on the use of all the senses. Are you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself! Was is quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. By the way, did you know? Asakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, that's true. Shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Well, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time. The wick was no good. In other words, it had been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There would have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. You can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? Oh, boy. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe we'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. He can't see it because he can't see red. It's written in blood. Just didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. Being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, at least didn't fall down right away. Must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. The blood that was draining out of her body. Certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? Can't see the bloody writing at all? When I think of it, you did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Can't see red. That's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. That the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from a caffeine overdose. That Miss Dawson was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of Hawaiian tradition. To remove the body from the inner temple by myself. Dragged it behind me all the way across Dusty Bridge. used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shishishito after to alter the way the wound looked. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fei clan. Even so, I never imagined that Lee Station was actually Misty Fei. I've been in a terrible sin. I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But... You're spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Story makes sense, I suppose. Yay! The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. Use the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusty Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. About the tracks. You really did move her body by snowmobile. There should be tracks left in the snow, right? Naturally, yes, you would expect tracks. Fisher was presenting at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. See, snow was still flying, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. Why there are such fresh-looking tracks? How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Important. The murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That makes sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. Does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ah, this should be fun. You, let this snow business cleared up, shall we? Oops. How? 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 You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusty Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire. You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. Because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. Can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real attorney. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? Or thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Of course, but whether snowing or not snowing or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Deuxem was discovered in the Hazagor Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Deuxem's body. Makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. My memory's still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It's only human to err. You're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder on the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. There must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. Unless can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. This be your final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just got confused, I guess. Is snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? This is a photo of the dusty bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. Taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and the suction bridge wires has even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. If I do something to discredit this testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Right, I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Monstrous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Deuxton's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Loris Deuxton. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? You're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument. Uh-oh. Judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Oh, right. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Or if you look carefully and think it's over. Just turn it upside down. Just turn it upside down. The body flew under the bridge. Exactly what happened. See right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. That's the last thing I wanted to hear. You any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. Wish I had. You're a lousy lawyer. At least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Just know it. Should be a way to... Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Funny. It all comes back to this. Can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit that I didn't really understand before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? Complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Davidson stated over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe that his testimony, then this sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? Ha! This is getting interesting. Let's see her back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, try it. What contradicts reality as we know it?
Take that!
It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. And show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
Take that!
That's a photo of the Dusty Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. On the actual Dusky Bridge... Jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, is it likely that artist just saw it wrong? Perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Maurice, I admit a mistake is definitely a possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? You saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Maurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Maurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. Lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Reese Nixon witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Maurice Staggsom's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous!
Objection!
All the things to say. A pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would cause problems. That's where the criminal decided to make a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? The sea bridge is about 20 yards long. Which means it's about that far from the near temple to the Ozpig Cliff. Yes, that sounds right. Or if I could cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. Get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Objection!
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. But I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
Take that!
And the meaning of this is... if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wives on the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the tension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Leo Staggsom's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ah! Chug, chug. Took a dough. It seems that Mr. Godot is focused on his coffee than answering my question. Alright. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? That's right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's a one that was in front of the inner temple. And that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think that something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. Kind of evidence. Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's mostly likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to a forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Deosum's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. Was found... Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive, if given the right amount of speed. Made your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. Provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. What would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body, the others would side, like you say. Then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. Accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to get across Dicey Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? No, it's correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Consecrated Temple without an accomplice. Iris! Iris!
Take that!
It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusty Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Trite, are you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if on that night the defendant was in 2 different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Even the sketch drawn by your eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. You should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Because it's Dahlia. It's Dahlia being projected by Maya. What? You say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying that this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Are you serious, Wright? You mean, this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. But she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Dahlia. Never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, yes, I remember now. That case 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. Just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor's all mine, wee! No, the honor is all mine. What is this? Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Wait a minute. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. Kind of. You of all people should already understand, after all. Blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. Korean channeling technique? Where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. An exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy the Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, you're gonna put it things that way, then yes.
Objection.
You're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Harzakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out, in other words, 10 p.m. For Iris was seen before dinner time. The Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. The Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection.
You even know what you're saying, right? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that is perfectly clear. Who is currently standing on the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. For me meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Harzakura Temple's main hall. They found Iris in a room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. So he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. Still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places. To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know. Unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, the time she was arrested at Harzakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes. Yes. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. What I mean is, there was a span of time which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. Fault. person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was Miles, because fear of earthquakes. Oh, jeez. My nose. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor? There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Hmm. Could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true. Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spinner channeling. Be quiet. There she is. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice? Guess I'll have to ask again. On meeting a beautiful lady, I always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. In my current profession, permanently retired. Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why would I? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. And there's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. This time I'll end it. For her and for myself. Time to get you out of here, Dahlia. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fate to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya? Yes. You have a problem with that? Watch yourself try it. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Kirigo is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? I mean... yeah? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? Did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row, and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was just planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. Want to make Pearl Fay the master of grind? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. Your dread sister Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. I mean, let's not say who was worse. Both your dad and your mom were terrible people. Let's just go with that. Because they're both awful. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. Objection! Rose would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. Oh, sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. It's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. I mean, how could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya! Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions of the letter and channel me. Then I would simply have used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead. There's nothing any of you can do to me.
The plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were witnessed me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was a head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Maya Fey's plan? Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? This woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
It was because of Mia. It was revenge on Mia. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. You can't take revenge against them either.
What did it take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
Someone knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. I was at her hands. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible was perhaps because Mia Fey had already died.
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
How did you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and the only way I could take revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? That you would kill Maya? That was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair out and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up a staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
It was at least someone who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple, wobbled back clutching her poor old back. That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but... I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Or I did. I scrolled her name on the lantern. As I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped to cast suspicion on her.
Leaves you to think of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
How did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For ghosts, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
Bricklock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you're actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. Kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
Ooh. Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spawned on me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
Only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. I was one there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation.
Started the investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
That she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came up for the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan has succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me. I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Of course you would have assumed that it was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit pack was Misty Fey, the picture book author. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
That is?
Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother.
I mean, no.
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous. That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. Wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of Eagle River. Where else?
No. No. I'm sorry, lady, but then who would be channeling you right now then, It's certainly not Pearls. It's certainly not, Miss Misty Fey, because she's dead. Who else would it be? Who else has spiritual power that would be able to channel you? Oh, I don't know. Maya? Clearly she's not dead. There's no other way to look at it.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? Why she threw herself in the Eagle River. Those bodies that wind up there are lost forever. So what do you have to say now, Beanie?
Is... Yep, his theme song is also his ringtone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was that something important? They just finished removing the logs from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There's a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
What about Maya? Where is she? There's no one else found in the sacred cavern.
No. Can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No, she's right in front of us.
Oh. Oh! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Lee Stavesome, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. Ha! Right. Ever heard of this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
Right, that's where she jumped from.
Well, that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Yes, because there's like a freaking... There's a freaking huge drop into like some ground. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? They couldn't have thrown herself in the Eagle River? Impossible to jump in the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped in the very same river. Yeah. Yeah. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is the big rock shelf. Oh, right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off the cliff from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ha! So you finally figured it out. You... Just playing with me. His face body is in the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Ma'am. Then who would have been able to channel you? Right now. Who else? Who else? You fool. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself in the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? It's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is at this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? That's obvious. Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. Never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. What would happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit? Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Maya. This is an easy one. Pearl's gonna do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension! Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. You said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her. Ah. Well, Gramps, what would have happened? Could be. Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. Protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path up the back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then, the problem became... where would be the safest place to hide? That's when she had channeled me? All this time, you had thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Oh, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp. Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to
jump into the Eagle River. That was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. Believe you. Stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. You could never come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Yeah, Mia. Yeah. Mia. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. It's true. It was you. Yes. Ha! You're something else. What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. Decided and explained in a memo the situation she was in. He asked me what I thought she should do. She did that. I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was... I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the secret cavern until help arrived. It's Maya who put that lockout down there. So why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey. Kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. How dare you!
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. Because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Faye. Faye. Spinster. Supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. Only you had gotten at this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. Wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who could never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. Ugh. You're wrong. It can't be. Could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Sis. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Fate wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, are also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to me with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurine channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the new issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. All that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, takes place in its own world, if you will. For to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Strange, but... I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. No, Misty Fey. Who killed her? Still don't know who did it. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. Wait. This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Fey. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well, then. Who's this final witness? Huh. Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. You saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify for what she's been through. You need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover more before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman all seems to come dashing in at you at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. That's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. Really sorry about everything. You're working so hard to defend me. I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. He's right. I met Iris at the training hall yesterday. It had already switched places. Iris was inside the secret cavern. You at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. It wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. Something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? I tried to get some help at the secret cavern yesterday. I wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by a mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it's the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. Only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. She was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, it's too cowardly. At least the last minute I ran away. Because of that. Leah's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... It was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people had suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? What does this mean? Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey
and Diego Armando. They're poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dolly even tried to kill the person and unknowingly hid the prison poison for her. You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? The night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least deosed him. Was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. Got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. The actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to the Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. Why? You altered the body. I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I want to leave anything that would lead back to Missy Bay. I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shishishito. Wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? Judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. Something I want to tell you. Okay. She wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean... she learned who Lace Dixon really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. Told her everything I knew. Why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that out for yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but...
Just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazagura Temple's side by a pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means that we were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazagura Temple the following day. That's as much as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? Who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Yep. And I wonder who it is. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tess? Yes, Tess. On the bully tiger that was found and stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. Blood that was on this stack was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. Witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. Profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Bright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Kurai channeling technique. I'm frightened. Fae Clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Maya, the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Lisa Dayson's murder. Is this correct? I didn't... Objection! Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can change that fact. There's something you can do. You can finish this. Watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the whole witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. Night of the crime. What exactly did you see happen? was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I screamed, "Help me!" Something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Maya, the person who hit you. It's Dolly Hawthorne, wasn't it? Sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ah. Can't say it was a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Is it a man? A woman? Adult? A child? No idea, I was scared of my wits. Leave me, my dear. I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. This person might attack me, so I... I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Poor little Maya really was out of her mind. She meant my last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. What? I said that? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!" Yeah. Testify that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. Did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It's the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. It's who I was screaming to for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ah. Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. Ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. There's a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Deux, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. Killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
16. What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. Add the pureness of milk to perfect dark, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is a statement witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Drake's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I don't know if you know. Must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. You say? If there truly was no light in the garden, there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said she didn't even know it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, this could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. She quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection!
Right, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen him in the dark? There was no other light source of the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. It's Nick. Don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Huh. Talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if we can walk the walk. It's pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. Nick, don't! Please, stop! Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But, can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Take that!
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, defense officially requests that all lights in this courtroom be turned off. But it can't be. Ah. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite.
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why are you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? You got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Maya, how about it?
What you saw that night.
Was it 3 glowing red lights?
The witness answered the question.
Wrong! I never saw that. Maya! The person that stabbed my mother was a man. Totally different reason.
Objection!
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit and the body was gone. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. This person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
No need to apologize, as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. Only naturally you would be a little confused. Torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? I would probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, that's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There are a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
Odd fellow indeed, this killer. How on earth would anyone want to take snow away? There's one other thing I can think of. You say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tamper with a crime scene like that? Must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. Truth is, the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake. I may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying why the killer cleaned out the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yes, I'm sure of it. It's certainly an important piece of information. You're gonna add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The body of Elise Davidson was carried all the way to the Hazakura courtyard. Then at the guard in the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written on the blood, in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? The fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene. Indeed, but it doesn't make sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
That's the case. Do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? And why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow? But then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was. It's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Oh, I don't know. The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, early in the trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. There's one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. Godot! Godot! Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence yesterday. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
Nonsense. Lantern. There is a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. For the poisoning case at Tribulations.
This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Somehow spilled coffee on. Something's still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
You could see the coffee on the white apron. But you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red.
Ah, it's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Joe is the murderer. But there's no going back now. Finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Deustem, also known as Miss Misty Fey. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he just take that... could it just be... Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. So he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Isn't it more likely the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. It would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya. Joe isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. Till 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. Can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I...
The murder happened. You didn't even exist.
She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. She was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Line a cover for Godot no matter what the cost. If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ah, nicely done, Trait.
Well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened in the inner temple after the murder. Give me a moment here. All right. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple site that night. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room, where Mr. Godot finally arrived at the inner temple for the first time. I found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
How do you know this?
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Ah. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
He cheered her up? what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. Here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ha! You're making me blush.
I is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
Truth is, there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. I decided to carry out an investigation my own way, Godot style.
I'd like to hand down my verdicts in my own way, judge style. You should ask Phoenix style. Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
Only thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western taste? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? From there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Godot just say now? I think I just found the proverbial weak spot. Only one thing of any importance here. Where's Godot when the murder was taking place? He's already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least Deoxtem. First time you crossed Dusty Bridge and went into the Inner Temple. Long before the murder took place. Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hangings from the training hall. Godot was right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it in with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll up until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top, there's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. If you know the meaning of the mark, you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, You were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Really possible that another person knew of the plan? Yes. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. These instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, it had already been unsealed. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? Bet I did. Just said the instructions were hidden. If you really wanted to know, you had one great chance to find out. During a visit. Visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with an easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Going off again! Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of this hidden plan for a crime. For discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple waiting for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. Did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. You're accusing me of this crime. I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. Got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. This behavior is certainly extreme, for a lack of a better word. Considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
Knew it. Figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. The same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Mia. It all connects. It always connects. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. In the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. The pure, sweet heart of hers. I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. One fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. And 6 months into the trial, we met in the courtroom cafeteria. Here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Newspapers at the time called it a murder. Very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. Body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight. All my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. Terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years have passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. The very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman that spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ah! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. Someone like me, someone that had slept away for their best days. Only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. What are your 2 reasons to live? First was you, Trite.
Me?
If I didn't drink that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I want to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago when the Kurine Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
I overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan, and if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. Suppose I'd known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya. She never would have helped me out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. Contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. It was to take the fall of my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But why did you contact my mother?
She had been missing.
She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes. You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, he did say something to that effect. He said that the master of the Kurine had a great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on our movements all this time. I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
Mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. You want to know how strong a resolve to protect you was? Look at her staff.
a sword in it.
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. Met for the first time in Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She
He's ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother.
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean
Pearls, don't you? You gotta make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps you can read some books together.
Thought it would prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Missy Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
She had channeled the spirit first. Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master Akura and Misty Faye's power was supreme. And that's how it went down. Channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
It's true.
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
So,
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, trite.
huh?
No doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
Who killed the victim? Only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Well, trite. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't. Maya. Heard the whole thing. My sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. Can't do it. Can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Yeah, I know that. Even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. It's the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. Sure, you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Then the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. At that moment, there was a horrible scream. After that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
Things great, trite. Even the best of theories. Alright, final one. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. Pretty sure it was a man's voice. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. The dagger. The dagger has blood on it. But whose is it? Sorry to say this. That interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Not sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. Only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by staff. What could she have used to strike back the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. He managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Because they let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood had already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Saying the killer on this dagger... The blood on this dagger belongs to the killer. Exactly. DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Is this the end? Have I done it? And he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. You really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? Just think for a second. This dagger was found in the morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? Even so, it was the one who... I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me.
Not a chance. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness. Continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but it's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Stacker said it would wounded the killer. That's right. Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger. His clothes should be blood or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Did he just change his clothes and solve the contradiction pretty easily? What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Back to the day of the murder? That was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. Once the bridge was fixed and police headed for the inner temple, Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Well. Maybe he brought up change of clothes with him. What? No one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Should I take smart pills during the last recess? Oh then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible, right? You know how Coda gets up there late at night. 3 minutes with no clothes on, you'd be a frozen solid. Ha! That's all you've got. I knew you were tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Mia Fey were here? Come on, Drake, can you do it or not? Question isn't whether I can prove it or not. Fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. Ha! That's good. Fight her till the bitter end, right? And you even get a new cornered. This is the end. Because there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. Why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing right. What do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Let's see what we've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. What? You said it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? This is it. My last stand. You think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about it. Why? There are no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. Final stop, Trite. Let's see what you've got. Where is this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Well... I wonder where. I wonder where indeed. Could it perhaps be under your mask? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Yeah? Can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Doe, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. And I'd say this whole case is solved. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow her in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Doe. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Because you blamed yourself and pushed it onto others. Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshest of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head-on, so I ran. I hid behind the mask, wrote my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? About Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. Closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
Wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. That it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not exactly sure what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Would it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing illusion, fantasy. Stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando. I believe in you. I know you were just trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Ah, you forget already. In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears.
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. Just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. And now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. Two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? You only met twice? First time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. Next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. Doug Swallow was killed. No way, it can't be true. Our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne. Yep, it was Iris. You came to love her, not Dahlia. Wasn't actually my sister. Wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. How would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. She was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. She didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it. She agreed to give me a chance. That's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? I couldn't get you to give it back. I thought it's something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It's the first time that had ever happened. was a bit strange, wasn't it? Until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. If it meant her life or mine. Iris. Those 8 months by your side. My feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix right. Yeah, I think you're right. The one freaking animated sprite that's never gonna be used again. The one. You get one cup of Joe with Godot. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder victim Elise Deuston. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. There is no confetti this time. No. None. And to be fair, it'd probably be a bit inappropriate for how everyone's feeling. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, just really served. And risked his life to save Maya's being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. You couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. I mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You're as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you could learn from me. This is the end. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Certainly not in any game appearances, that's for sure. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? Suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. It's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But... Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis? I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. There she is. Franziska! Still softy as always, Phoenix writes. Excellent work, right? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose. Oh, Larry, Oh, boy. I don't suppose there's room in this group hug for me in this group hug, is there? Larry! What's with the longer than usual? What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I'm at a place in this world, right? Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Yeah, oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Angie? Oh, well, yes, indeed. We should kill Larry, actually. Please. End him. Get him out of here, please. Just end him. No more. We don't need Larry anymore. Well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book? Don't get carried away. Yes, please, just whip him and make him stop. Oh, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pro was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Where could she have gone? I wish she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Ziska. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. Yeah, it'd be Pearl. It'd be Pearl. Pearl, especially at her age, would be, like, broken up by everything that's happened by now. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Take that! Oh, Fey. Poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions is because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. It's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, so she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! This is where you all are. Wow, looks like it's quite bad. What's that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. I mean, you do have the whipping muscle memory, so honestly, you probably do it at any chance you can get. What's up with Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Last I was just sorta kinda down by a teeny weeny bit. That's alright. Oh! Ah! Gumshoe, we probably should not go to Tribulations. The food's terrible. Pretty good work, Struffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class Fred's restaurant. You don't mean... Tribulations? Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back.
She's still out of looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. So too, so I called the village. I just heard from her. This never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Can you guys go on ahead? What about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late. We'll definitely be there. We have a lot of separating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. Where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Rose might have gone to. For temple? Rose, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. She's here? Pearly's here? She's in the trading hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. It's not here. Ah! Maya! The hang scroll! Someone cleaned it off! Someone cleaned it off! It's gotta be pearls. It's like Maya! Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? It's like Maya. Like Maya! Me! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that it's Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. How do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie to just make me feel better. No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me, until the day I die. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. And at the end,
I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off until the day you die. It's the master's talisman! Thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It was the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... Photo? Ah! Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others. What do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Yeah, because they did the same thing. It's not the first time that urn was broken. Even when the battle is over, the bonds that connect us are severed. We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. It's not the first time. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. It's a day to remember. A day when a lot of things are finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. Come back for training anytime. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Super Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. We're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Lots and lots of food. You know, there's one thing I don't get. You probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all. Why for 3? Come on. What do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally. Huh? That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Miss Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well then, here goes nothing. Ooh. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Mr. Karine and the office manager right and go offices. I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. That happens often.
true. Mr. Nick really is Mr. Maya's knight in shining armor. Went through with the special course all the way through to the end. Actually, I hear there's a legendary extra special monitor course here, too. I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
They're not lovers. They're not lovers' pearls. They're not. Mackie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. Yes, a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. You know what? Yeah, he will. He will.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Kurion exhibit was a great success. I even get to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for a while last year. Taught me how to use it, and then I must show you what I must have learned.
Yes.
Desi and I started a company called Master Max Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all criminals in the city. Criminals, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell the plans of criminals as a kind of side business. I don't know if that's okay. Sometimes I think that we're the worst criminals. Do a little bit of law breaking. Little bit. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. And a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. When through compromise.
He's never gonna get out of that debt. He's never gonna get out of that.
I'm just holding it in the way of grippy old cow's flesh and fish. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. How embarrassing, 69 years old, and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
Okay. Okay. Uh-huh.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. Do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brand would align perfectly.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money. Hardly know what to do. The magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual. Machine Spring. Probably wait for Iris to come back. Turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. So sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Pearls, please.
Ben Judd. Shh, Sion King. Christina Catano.
Objection.
James C. Wilson. Jeanette Sue. Actually, I think that's just Sue. Probably. David Chrislip. Okay. Oh, there's Wendy.
What's this? I'm back from a long, tiring vacation. No one's here to greet me. Guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I've got no one. What kind of a lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? It's all the flashing lights and switches. Some sort of space alien. Now what am I going to do with all these... Yep.
Yes, you and your edgy poo. I get it. Wendy. We know. We know, Wendy.
I finally found something I love to do. It's gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
No. No, you really are a loser.
Shinji Mikami. Horror man.
Oh. Did that go through? Strange. The achievement doesn't go through for some reason. Let me just start it up for a second. Maybe it's bugged or something. Who knows? Whatever. I guess for now, that just means that I've more or less finished, so... I'm just looking real quick. Yeah, something's off. Something didn't pop. It's a little annoying, but I can always try to get it later. Maybe it only pops after you, like, finish, Rise from the Ashes or something. I don't know. I wouldn't doubt if that's the case. Well, honestly, I think I'm probably just gonna do, Rise from the Ashes on my own. Because, like, it's, like, super long. Because while I like it, it's kind of way longer than it should be in places. Like, the gameplay aspect of Rise from the Ashes kind of really brings it down. Especially when, like, it's probably like one of the most flawed cases in terms of, like, gameplay purposes. Like, jeez.
But I guess for now, thank y'all for coming. I may end up doing something else for a little while since I more or less finished that up. Like, yeah, I can start up the Apollo game, but I think I should probably like do something else. That way I'm not like doing it the entire freaking time I'm streaming, I guess. I don't know. I'll more than likely just do something else for a while. That way I have a little bit of a cleanse, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I hope you'll all hope to see y'all later, and hope y'all have a good rest of your day and weekend. I'll see you later. Bye bye.